for those remote, again, apologies. We're going to have an informal discussion on ITU activities and potential joint projects. So, Chulhi, are you ready to walk us through this discussion? Chulhi cannot hear you if you're talking. We can see the background of your camera.
Oh, can you hear me?
Now I can hear you, yes.
Okay, so if you can make me host, the co-host, I can share my screen.
I believe you can share even without being a co-host. Can
really?
you try to share and see what problem you got, if any?
Can you see it?
Unfortunately not. Do you get any error message?
No, it says.
Oh, yes, now I can see.
Oh, okay, great.
Okay, so please take it away.
Okay, thank you. Well, it is rather unfortunate that I cannot share the findings of a JDAN no reference project. Due to the short interval between the BQAC and ITU-TSG June meetings, we couldn't have our interim meeting during BQAC meeting. So since this is the ITU project, we need to first report our findings ITU first. So please understand that I cannot share the findings, but I somewhat briefly introduced this work item and then identify some problems. Also in that regard, LIG or Cuba will submit a contribution to ITU on some potential project. So let me go through briefly go through this JDAN NOREF. As you may know, ITU and BQAC have tried several times to develop no reference method. And every time we tried, we failed because of poor performance. So also there was some concern at the beginning of this project that this may end up just like the previous project, but the outcome was far exceed our expectation. So because we have many failures before, this time we narrowed the scope. We just focused on full reference, the full result, full HDs, and without any transmission errors. And we tested 5 codecs, H.264 to 265, BP9, AV1, and BBC, and we used large number of sources, something like over 1,000. And also we had 2 tracks. Camera impairment are allowed in 1 tracks. And the bit rate we tested was 100K to 30 megabps. And we used ACR for the subjective test and the orientation. We used landscape and portrait, and we used various displays, the laptop, mobile phone, and PC monitors and large TV receivers. So this was the first attempt to allow camera impairment. And the scope of camera impairment needs to be reasonable and is recommended as follows. So focus problem is allowed, light level problem, camera zigzag, color problem, fast camera pan is allowed. but lens flare upside down serial camera noise was not allowed. And also to this, the images with camera impairment, we can also add encodings. So we have altogether 8 subjective tests, and each subjective test, the number of PVS exceed 200, and the number of viewers was 240 in accordance with the P.910s. And also we allow the viewer to skip a clips. So even though there might be less than 24 some PVS, we still accepted it. So we had 2 tracks. Track 1 is a coding artifact only, and track 2 coding artifacts and camera impairments. And also we agreed to release all subjective data and objective data and official data analysis. Because we agreed on this before model submissions, so as soon as the TD regarding the P.J. no reference, you can, if we have access to ITU, you have full information regarding this data. The report is about 150 pages, which include all the subjective data, including individual scores and objective data and official data analysis. And this was a requirement on source and PBS, Full HD only. But also we used higher resolution as long as they are resized to Full HD. Also, we allow several different aspects, but interlacing was not allowed. And model evaluation, we used RMSE and Pearson correlations. And the viewing distance and condition, we followed P.910 and BT500. For TV monitor, we used 1.5 to 3H. H is the height of display. PC monitor, same. Mobile phone or tablet, 4 or 5H. And the color space and frame rate and calibration, we used 40 zeros. And maximum frame rate was 60 frame per second. And the minimum is 23.9. And HDR is not allowed in this project. So as I said, the performance of a model far exceed expectations, and we are optimistic that we'll have some recommendation in the upcoming SG12 meetings. But also we have identified some issues when we review the result. For example, many models used AI technologies, which means the complexity is very high for some models, but complexity was not considered in this project. On the other hand, light models may be useful in mobile devices. Also, we noticed that most FR model IT recommendation developed many years ago before the AI technology emerged. So on the other hand, no reference model based on the AI technologies showed very excellent performance. So which means that if we evaluated current FR models, open source and possibly with the ITU standard, then we can have some analysis and we may look into the possibilities that we can develop a new report or recommendation based on new technologies. Okay, so another problem was that because we have this no reference, we have a source and also we have a PVS. But in our case, since this is no reference, we did not put any constraint on the source. In the typical RR model or FR model, we imposed some constraint on the source. For example, if I remember correctly, in the hybrid or HD project of VQuack, we imposed that the minimum Moses score for reference source should exceed something like 3.5. But in our case, we did not put any such a constraint because we are dealing with no reference. So nevertheless, we still have reference and corresponding source. So when we applied open source full reference model, most that in particular the VMAP, the performance was not good. It was even lower than the NR models. So there is some potential new project topics. So on this regard, I think InnoVirus have some contribution to ITU. I think they also have prepared some contribution doing some analysis. Then I'll come back to the potential joint project between ITU and VQuax. So InnoVirus, would you please present to your presentation?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
We can hear you, but a little bit low volume. Can you try to increase maybe the volume of your microphone? And we'll try on our side to also increase the volume of the speakers.
Let me try. How about now? Is this better?
Yes, it is better. Please continue.
I will share. I have about 5 PowerPoint slides. I will share the PowerPoint.
Thank you. I just want to make sure people are aware that we are recording, so if there is any requirement to exclude some content for whatever reason, please let us know.
Okay. Can you see the slides?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So, hi, my name is Sojang. I'm from LIG Vancouver. We were formerly known as InnoWireless. So following what Cholhi just explained, I want to explain our observation on the FR model's performance on the cases when the source video contains impairments. So as a potential working items topic, we want to suggest video quality assessment with impaired reference sources. So let me start with a quick overview. So conventionally, the full reference video quality models operate under the assumption that the reference source is free of any impairments. But in practice, this assumption is frequently violated. The reference source videos collected in real-world environments often contain camera sensor noise, capture artifacts, and other residual coding noises from earlier processing. Since FR models rely on pixel or feature level comparison between reference and the distorted video, the FR model can no longer reliably distinguish the pre-existing defects from the distortions that are introduced by the codec and the relevant processing. And this may result in degraded quality score accuracy. So through our participation in the question 19 J.NoRef working item, we built a subjective data set. The conditions that were used to build this data set was explained before by Chohee. And on this data set, we tested several major VQA models containing both FR and NR models. And we found out that two state-of-the-art NR models, which contain UVQ and Dover, outperformed one of the standard FR model, WeMoff. So through this brief presentation, we want to propose that it would be important to discuss whether it would be necessary to revise the existing standards or propose a new working item that would make a more robust VQA model that would process the imperfect reference conditions more correctly. So this slide shows the description of the subjective data set. So our data set contains 185 PVS, and these were made based on the 19 source videos which contained impairments, and the number of codecs, the variety of codecs, and the bitrate range, and the number of viewers. Those were all determined by the conditions that were discussed in the J.NoRef working item. So these are the 6 VQA models that were evaluated. The FR model, we used WeMoff, and we used 3 of the conventional NR models that are RISC, NIQE, PIQE, and we considered 2 deep learning based NR models, which are UVQ and Dover. So this is the result of the evaluation of the model's performance using our subjective data set. WeMoff PLCC scored 0.785, which is decent. But compared to the deep learning based NR models, which are UVQ and Dover, the performance fell behind by not a big gap, but there was definite difference. So from this experimental results, there were 4 observations that we wanted to share with you. The first one is that the conventional NR models fell below WeMoff. Those conventional models rely on the handcrafted statistical features, so those were found to be not competitive. And the second observation, while WeMoff's performance was decent at 0.785, it is likely that it is being held back by the fact that the reference source in this data set are not pristine. When the reference is not perfect, the WeMoff's pixel-based difference computation may be confounded by the source level noise, and this may erode its advantage over NR methods. And thirdly, the deep learning based NR models outperformed the FR model by probably learning the perceptual quality representation directly from the video content, It does not rely on the potentially impaired reference. So this suggests that under the imperfect reference conditions, the NR model may be more reliable compared to the FR models. And the last observation, so these findings may suggest two promising directions. One is modifying existing FR model to be more robust to the reference impairments may be important. For example, by pre-processing or characterizing the source quality before computing the FR metric may be helpful. And the other is that maybe we could try hybrid of FR and NR approach that can selectively weight the reference signal based on the assessed source quality. This slide shows more details of our subjective data. Yeah, this is what I wanted to share with you. Do you have any questions?
I have a question.
Yeah.
Can you hear me okay?
No. We have to use the mic.
We have to use the mic, so bear with me while I moderate. So thank you very much. We have a few questions here in the room, and we're going to open it up also to those online. So for those who are here for the first day, just say a few words, who you are, and then ask the question.
Hi, Eric Pettijohn, AT&T. Is this mic working? Okay.
I'm not sure.
It seems
Testing,
to be working.
testing. Okay.
Yes,
Can
I
you
could
hear
you.
Eric?
Yes,
Can you-
I could hear.
Yes.
Okay, great. So my question is, how does the accuracy vary as a function of distorted quality? So for example, if the VMAF is below 80, do you see the same level of inaccuracy compared to high quality distorted?
Oh, you mean in comparison with the case when there is no impairment in the source videos?
Well, if there's no impairment, no. If you have an impaired reference, then there will be a difference at high quality distorted end of the spectrum versus the lower end of the distorted quality spectrum. So where as a carrier, AT&T, we care more about the knee of the curve than the very highest quality end of the curve, especially on small screens. So we found that the accuracy of VMAF is higher as you go lower on the distorted quality. That's the end of my question.
If I may chime in just to facilitate the
Yes.
discussion here, this is Yannis Katsavounidis. So essentially, if there was a way to split the observations and instead of obtaining a single Pearson correlation coefficient for all your sources and all the PVSs, if you could partition your sources, the 19 sources, say into 10 high quality or higher quality sources and 10 lower quality sources, you can use any metric that you feel is reasonable or even subjective rankings of the sources as your ground truth of what is a high quality, higher quality or a lower quality source. Would you see a difference in the PCC for the PVSs that are higher quality versus lower quality? Eric, is that your question?
Actually, I was more interested in the difference between lower quality distorted versus higher quality distorted. Yes, a higher quality distorted, you're going to see more of a difference in VMAF score. Lower quality, it's going to converge.
So let me then try to rephrase this. If you could split the data based on the higher VMAF scores as they are reported, would you be able to see a higher correlation or a lower correlation in the higher end of VMAF versus the lower end of VMAF values? Is that the question, Eric? Yeah.
Yes.
Does this make sense?
So I think I think I need a little bit more clarification. I understood the second clarification that you want to see the variation of the accuracy over the range of the distortion in the reference source.
This was my interpretation, which again is a valid other question, but going back to Eric's question, let me try to rephrase it. If you have now a classic plot where maybe the horizontal axis and the vertical axis represent, say, VMAF versus ground truth, if you zoom in on the high end of the VMAF values versus the lower end of the VMAF values and constrain and do an analysis based on these ranges, do you see a difference in the PCC instead of the entire range of VMAF values?
That we will have to observe further. I mean, we will need more investigation of our observation data. Yeah, I don't think I have the answer right now, but I think I understood the question.
And by the way, first of all, thank you very much. Yeah, Eric jumped directly because of his passion. As you understand, we're a passionate group here, but we all appreciate and thank you for the presentation first and foremost. Now, I see a couple of hands, but I also see Chulhi on the... Okay, so Chulhi, please stay on the line, and Lucian, who happens to be next to me, has a follow-up question.
Well, just a small comment. Definitely thank you very much for interesting study and very needed, for sure. If you split the quality range and compare correlation, just remember, probably it's obvious for you, I just wanted to say, just to be super sure, the correlation will drop, basically. So if you do any ranges, the correlation will drop because of the properties of correlation. So we know that it will drop. As far as I understand, the question is kind of, if you go from 3 to 5 or 1 to 3, then in those two ranges, probably the correlations are different. And then you can compare them because the ranges are similar. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Okay, now Chulhi, please.
Yes, I'd like to respond to the questions, the first two questions. So I think if you want to classify the source, the BMAP score should not be used, because when the reference is degraded, the BMAP score still can be high. So BMAP score cannot be used as the classifications. On the other hand, NL method, NL's VQM can be used to classify source. And also, this subjective test performed by LIG Acuva has the lowest number of source. Some subjective tests have source as many as almost close to 400, and most of them over 50, and some have over 200. So as soon as after the SG12 meeting, I think we can present some better analysis. Also, because we did not report ITU first, we could not present the full analysis of this kind of analysis. But I can just say that when the older data set is used, still the BMAP is not as good as the NL models. So there is a certain kind of issues here when the reference is impaired. So hopefully that we'll have a more detailed present analysis at the next BCAG meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Chulhi. I have a couple of comments myself, but I need to respect the people who are in the room or online first. Anybody else has a question? Alex?
Thank you so much. Yeah, very interesting study. Thank you so much. I was wondering, now you have compared, I mean, I understand this leads to the plan to possibly have a new work item in Q19, right? Obviously, also in collaboration with VQAG, we had this work item Peanuts phase 2, right, which led to the P1204 standard series. That was also in collaboration with VQAG, and there is actually a full reference model, which under the hood is actually a reduced reference model, because we worked on it like that, right? So it's this P1204.4 model, and I was wondering whether you also compared performance with these impaired references with that model, which would probably be most interesting if we are deciding to have a new work item on this standardization activity. Yeah? Because I think that's the one that is really the ITU model, let's say, right? I mean, of course, it is unfortunately not so widely used as VMAF, although it outperforms VMAF in many cases. But it would be very interesting if it shall lead to an official ITU activity that you also compared with the actual ITU recommendation. Thank you.
Yes, I agree. There, I believe, are 5 different branches for P1204, and these also include the FR models. And it will be interesting to make the comparison between VMOF using the reference sources with impairments.
There is one more question from Dietmar.
Yes, thank you very much for this interesting presentation. And I have 2 remarks or questions. The first one is that for the sources that are themselves already perturbed, have some deficiencies, you're applying the a full reference method VMAF, and you compare it to no reference methods, and found that the VMAF is not performing as well as the best no reference methods, which were deep learning based methods. Now, when you have a perturbed or a noisy original source image, and then you apply compression methods, then it can be easily the case that these compression methods kind of iron out the artifacts of the original distorted image. If it's noisy, then when you compress it a little bit, then the noise may disappear, and so the quality, the perceived quality, will increase rather than decrease by adding these artifacts of the compression. So this indicates that one should not expect a full reference method to perform as well as a no reference method for this application, because a full reference method would always have to judge the fidelity, which is a difference to the original, and even if the compressed image looks better than the original, a full reference method should say, okay, there is a visible, or there is a distortion. Okay, so this is one argument why I would say that one should be hesitant to apply full reference methods to this situation when you have already artifacts in the originals. The second remark or question is, you have used ACR for the subjective study and not a comparison where you compare against the original. So this is, just like for the no reference method, so you have no reference, you just judge them this way. And that also brings in a limitation on full reference methods that you apply to the situation. Namely, if you have a highly distorted source image and you look at the Morse value of it, then using ACR, then it could be like 3. And so this is not very good. And then all the remaining no reference, all the remaining ACR Morse values will be like 3.1, 3.5, 4, or 5. And then if you apply a full reference method like VMAF to the same situation, you will have values from 1.0 to 5.0, spanning the whole range. 1.0 will apply when you have, say, a lossless encoding of the heavily distorted source, so that has a Morse of 3, and then you apply the compression, then it's lossless or visually lossless, and again the Morse will be 3. But VMAF or so will say this is perfect because the fidelity is excellent. The compressed image is not distinguishable from the source image. So these are 2 issues that I see when we want to compare VMAF with the no reference objective method. So I would tend to say that even though, of course, one can use VMAF and then use correlation in order to judge it, it's probably not fair to VMAF, and I would emphasize in the presentation the performance of the no reference methods rather than saying that, okay, VMAF is not performing as well as the best no reference methods. That's just my 2 cents. Thank you.
Do you expect an answer, or is it more of a comment?
Well, maybe there's a
yeah. Would you like maybe to offer some thoughts, Sujin? Sujin, do you have any thoughts, or should we move on maybe to another question or comment?
Maybe move on to the next question.
Yeah. Is there anybody else? So, okay, we have, please, Oni, go ahead.
Thank you. Very nice presentation, actually. I really enjoyed. I have a question to Chulhi. I saw in the slide number 5 or 6, there is a skipped previous videos in the methodology. Do you have any cause or behind this scene, or do you have any analysis for that purpose? How you there is something when you skip the videos in that case?
Okay,
For
may I?
Oh, go ahead.
Yes. So in our case, we have at least 200 PBS. So before subjective test, we thought there might be some possibility that the viewers may lose their attentions. So if they lose attention for 5 seconds, they didn't see the video. But if they still try to rate it, that can be a noise. So that's why we give them option that if they pay attention, that it is allowed for them to skip the rating it. But that happened very few times. For some PBS, we instead of 24 viewers, we may have 23, something like that. But it happened very rarely in the experiment. So by giving them these options, we try to avoid a random rating.
Any other question before I go with my comment? Yeah. I'll pick it up from where Eric left it. And by the way, can you see me here? I'm going to use the board because, as you probably know, I know VMAF quite well. And first of all, let me make a statement that VMAF, again, is not a standard, right? It may be a de facto used, but it's not an ITU standard. Having said that, I know its usefulness, and I think I know quite a lot of its limitations. So, Sojun, thank you very much. I believe it's been 10 years. It's about time we have a new metric. Number one, I don't want to stick with the old. I want to move on. But having said that, we need to understand a little bit better some of what I like to say, the fundamentals of cascaded systems, right? And I'll put aside all the metrics and go back to what I think many of us, maybe not all of us, have done at school. We have two systems introducing noise, and you stick with signal-to-noise ratio and dB, you know that it is the largest of the distortions that dominates in dB, right? So if I put two systems and I have my real original source, and because there is a camera or something else that produces what I will call now, for lack of a better term, source, and then I have a distortion, another distortion, so it's H1 and H2, what is really important to remember is that, again, sticking with plain old signal-to-noise ratio, if from here to there I have a signal-to-noise ratio of 30 dB, and in this system I have 40 dB,
Excuse me,
this one is dominating, right?
Sorry, Yanis.
Yes.
Could we stop sharing so we can see the screen online?
You can
or the whiteboard?
our camera.
Sure. Should I stop sharing?
Yes, please, Sachin. Okay. So again, let me remind. So this is dB, right? Anyone who has worked with telecommunication systems and noise, this is well known. That now if you go ahead and say, what is the end-to-end signal-to-noise ratio? It's slightly less than 30, but it is not anywhere close to 40. It's probably 29.2, right? It is the bottleneck is always the dominant distortion. So let's go back to what Eric said. When we now measure VMAF, we measure this VMAF, right? From a distorted source to what is my PVS. If that one was already heavily distorted, this is going to be a wrong measurement, no matter how you slice it and dice it, right? If this happened to be a relatively small distortion, and in particular, if that drop, if I reverse the two, right, if this is 40 dB and this is 30 dB, this is a very good proxy of my final quality, right? Are we all on the same page? So the argument is that if the VMAF score is low or lower, there is a much higher chance that it reflects, because you don't have that bad of a source, right? You don't have random noise. So that is a very valid argument. And I want us all to remember and reflect. Can you use VMAF? When the score is low, when the score is high is where you should really, really, really be careful, right? If you get 100, then you are completely limited by what is the quality of the source, right? And Netflix doesn't have this problem because the sources are 100. Therefore, that's it, right? All other processing systems do have that problem. So yes, we need a better metric when the source is distorted. No question about it. I'm very surprised that you got 0.78, whatever that number was, honestly. Because all it takes is to introduce a few bad sources and that's it. VMAF is going to be completely, I don't want to say fooled, it was never designed to capture, right? So now, I also happen to review papers, as you probably understand, in this field. And I have seen multiple attempts that try to fold in a no reference metric here, and thank you for mentioning it, by the way, Sojun. So if you have a no reference metric at this stage, it can be anything you want, right? Plus VMAF and fold the two in very simplistic ad hoc methods, like 1 minus, essentially adding the distortions, right? Because you assume they are orthogonal, so you can take the square root of the distortion, blah, blah, blah. You come up with actually significantly higher numbers than VMAF itself. So I'm not saying that we cannot build a brand new, you know, where you can plug in this source and this source. The model will be trained to do exactly an estimation of this input plus a better estimation of the distortion that goes there. So these are my thoughts, okay? And can we do better than, of course we can, and we should be doing. But in the meantime, let's not forget what was the metadata proposal that was put in place for exactly this reason, which really simply says, if magically we had this number embedded in the metadata of this source by the camera that captured it, then problem quote unquote solved, right? It is the fact that our source is presented naked, where we have stripped all the information that was available about the system that created it, right? We don't have the focus, all the parameters that one can very easily, or even the VMAF, right? Between the true pixels on the CMOS sensor and the ones that were spit out, then we would not have a problem. So everything blends together, right? So that was the original spirit of the work that I proposed, what, 2.5, 3 years now? But I'm happy that we are moving forward. And yes, Alex, we should be using the existing standards, like the P, thank you, 1204. And that should be really a better alternative, in my opinion. But having said that, I have seen very good academic papers that are folding a proxy of the quality of the source, folding VMAF or whatever other metric people use, because again, in principle, you can use SSIM, you can use any other full reference metric of the classic category and come up with a much better estimation than by using VMAF, right? Any question or comments to me? Sorry for the ad hoc presentation here.
Here's the microphone behind you.
Behind is your...
Yes, thank you. It was a very excellent presentation of cascading systems, and I only want to add a minor thing, is that in a cascading system, the overall quality is always a lower bound of the quality of each one of the two elements. So in case you are considering a worst case design, it's a number that assures that it will never be, the overall result of each one of the elements will never be below each one of them. That was a minor comment on your
triangular inequality, but yes, and Dietmar is also right? We now live in a case where the system's not being independent, right? Meaning the noise introduced by the camera, which is an impairment, can be somehow alleviated because it's a low-pass filter, may end up creating, not in the classic pixel domain, MSC will not, but in the perceptual domain, you may actually get now an improvement rather than impairment. That's a very valid point, right? But anyways, any other comment or before we move on? Because this is not my slot here, so.
Yeah, as a telecom carrier, we do black box testing of content application providers. So we only have access to post H1 sources. Okay, so we don't have, so those sources have already gone through a high bit rate codec that we collect on Wi-Fi with basically unlimited bandwidth, the highest quality variant possible. So that's how we normally operate.
All right, thank you. Should we move on? Chulhi, is there any additional, anybody from the online has any question or comments on what I tried to describe on the board? Old-fashioned. By the way, not created by AI. I guarantee you that. Okay, hearing none, back to Chulhi. If you're going to wrap it up so we can perhaps either have a break or move on to the next topic.
Okay, I have a few more slide. Let me. Okay, can you see my screen?
Now we do. Please continue.
Okay, thank you. So we've identified some issues with the FR models. So when open source FR models were applied to the J-dot no reference data set, they underperformed compared to NR models. Yes, I understand that if the FR model have maybe two use categories, I think the first one is mentioned previously. If the FR model is designed, intended to compare reference and PBS, I think applying BMAP in this scenario is not correct. But on the other hand, for some users just to want to measure the final PBS qualities, also they have access to whatever reference they have. In such cases, the BMAP may not be adequately handle the impairment. On the other hand, source with degradation will be more frequent because many contents are generated by users. They are using mobile phone, or they are using something like some action camera, body cam or action cameras. In such cases, that perfect source is not available. Some of those sources have very high quality. Some of them may have poor qualities because of imperfect camera focus or light conditions. So if we want to measure video qualities in such cases, using even the source, then what would be the best way to incorporate the reference quality into perceptual video quality assessment? So if you think this is as a black box, it is still full reference models, but internally they may have additional modules that estimate reference qualities, and based on this reference quality, they might adjust the final FR metrics. So this is a possible some new project items. So I think BQuag or ITU may consider these topics that FR model that can handle degraded reference. So if you have any comments, let me know.
Any comments or questions from the room? You can proceed.
Okay. Also, at the moment, there are some related work item of question 19, data source video qualities. This is the objective assessment method for source video at the head end. So this method should be no reference method. Also, another work item that has been there for a long time, because we could not have some reliable method to measure difference between the UHD and Full HD. But I think this time the no reference method based on the AI technologies showed such a promising result. Also, I think it may be possible to measure the quality difference between the UHD and the Full HDs. So this is another ongoing work item. And also, as I said at the beginnings, we did not consider transmission errors because we want to succeed at this time, so we narrowed the focus. So also, I think we may incorporate the transmission errors into NR models. So this is the possible future project. Also, this one can be joint project between ITU and the VQuex. Thank you.
And thank you, Chulhi, for this update. We all are actually quite anxious to hear, but we understand the protocol followed by ITU. So whenever the results are out, we are sure you're going to share in the next available VQuex meeting. Questions, comments for Chulhi? Okay. Well, let's go back to our agenda for today. Thank you. So we already covered 135, right? This was the... Yes, indeed. I'm just double checking. And again, thank you to Shujun as well. Okay, so we have 25 minutes. We can do one or two. We can have a really long coffee break, which is unusual. Usually we have a short. Or we can use the opportunity to do the lab downstairs, a walking tour of the lab.
Norbert, lab is possible, no?
Okay, so that's the decision then. We're going to first have the lab tour and then have coffee, okay? And for those online, enjoy 25 extra minutes of a break. Maybe me.
Because we have like more people that
we're going to do 2 rounds, right?
But perhaps we could like split and I could show, you know, the roof to the others. So like one group go to the roof,
so
the other one go to the left, and then we'll switch.
Let me first release the remote people who are free to... So we're going to resume on time, right? 10:45 local, correct? So in approximately 40 minutes from now, we continue the session, and then for the people in the room, let's split into two groups. Half will start from the roof and then go to the lab, and vice versa. from our remote participants. People are still coming back from the coffee break. Probably will need another 5 minutes, so apologies for that. Okay, it's 10:50 local time. Hope everybody had a good tour and coffee. So we continue with our presentations, and it's going back to ETG, and we have Matthias, who will be giving us an overview of JVET call for proposal and MPEG AG5 activities. So floor is yours.
Test. Okay. No, it's fine. Okay. So thank you. Yeah, I have a bunch of slides. I think I said 15 minutes. Is that should it be 15 or could it be more? It's
you have a time because we deliberately left.
So then let's just see how it goes.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So first I wanted to remind a bit on the structure of MPEG, which is there since 2020, and that was that we have 10 working groups and advisory groups that represent MPEG, and so SD29 is the whole thing. MPEG is everything but JPEG, which is working group 1, right? And then the advisory groups 1 and 4. That's basically it. So it's all the others are MPEG, and the AG5, so visual quality assessment, that's advisory group 5, so that's the structure where we are. And I mentioned that because so we have a term of 3 years. So that's I started basically in the structure, and by the end of 2020, so for 21 to 23, and then 24 to 26 was the second term, and there will be re-elections, and there may be some reshaping of structures. And actually one thing is something that I can mention now. I will change my function in the structure because I will take over JVET from January on, and basically following up with Jens, who's then continuing from the ITU side for a while, and then will at some point step out, and we will have some new AG5 convener. There are currently candidates being explored. That's also something that's going to be settled in July. So that's something that we will see. And my intention is that AG5 continues the connection to VQuack, of course, and probably also my group will continue connection to VQuack. But just saying that, so there's some changes coming up in the structure soon. I also wanted just to point out again what the current structure of my advisory group is. We have, in the meantime, we have 6 focus groups. That's how we called it. And so most of the names have been pretty constant over time, right? So we have Vittorio for SDR, Andrew for HDR, Yan for quality metrics, Joel Young for immersive, Philippe for layered, and then the new group is content curation. That's Janko from BBC. I think that's actually a very important point as we just talking about from the perspective of compressing video, and then also having learning-based tools. So the curation of content for training sets and also for test sets probably will increase in importance. So that's something that we have to look at. It's not okay. I think I have to grab the focus of the mouse, maybe. No, it works. Okay. Okay. So now a quick overview of where we are. I think last time I promised that I would provide more information on CVQM. There's a little bit more. There's a report that has been published. The numbers are here. All the documents are available publicly. I put the link. It's a bit small. Maybe it's down there on the slide, so you can find that later on if you want to dig those things up. We have the report for the UHD results out. So we have a set of HD sequences. We have a set of UHD sequences. And we are currently working, and that's the point why it's not as far as I wanted it to be. We are working on getting that public. And so for the HD set, that may be difficult, but it's also only very small. For the UHD set, that's 25 sequences, and there's, I think, one sequence that's remaining to be complicated, but we are already in touch with the owner of the content that is problematic, so we might be able to release that during this year. I think that should probably be very helpful. Maybe just as a reminder, we have content coded with 2 versions of HEVC. That's the HEVC test model, the HM, then X265. The settings are like what we expect in standardization. So the quality range or the bitrate range, those things. And we have a set of 4 rate points each that we did subjective tests on, so that we can compare the metrics on. And so we have HEVC, we have VVC, also 2 implementations, the VTM, so the test model, and VVENC, right? And then we have 3 learning-based codecs, right? Those are from, I think, the newest thing is from last year, so maybe in terms of development of neural network-based compression technologies, they might be already a bit old, but it's all there, and they follow to quite some extent what we have for the other codecs, so that you have points where you can connect and where you can measure, and that should be very interesting. Okay, since we are receiving more and more inputs on metrics comparing people comparing the metrics against the data set, we now started formalizing an analysis framework so that we have a little bit more structured information for that, and the idea is to have that reported also in a public way so that people can look up where we are. I think that should be a healthy task. And there are ideas to go towards HDR content, which is not yet covered. So far it's just SDR, HD, and UHD. So HDR would be the next step. And there currently are discussions what kind of content should be included. Should probably be HLG and PQ, and so there's a lot of things that is to be deliberated on. Then, as a delta compared to last time, we made a naming convention output document it's a simple thing, but it's always something that's in the practical life is very difficult because we typically use just the raw files in the standardization process. So we suggest to put the right information into the file name, so the file name serves as the header. And this was a little bit unstructured in the past, so we have some suggestions now how that should be named. It's also a public document, and we hope that this helps to streamline processes so that people get the right information with the files. Right? I have a bunch of very old YV files that are just named like the sequence name, and if you know it from the past, then you know that Foreman came like typically like a QSIF or a CIF version, but then there's also something else, and so it's maybe much better if the names would be more consistent. Right? Okay, other activities. We are working towards subjective assessment of Gaussian splat coding, right? And this is something that is coming up because there's heavy activity currently in MPEG on Gaussian splats from various directions, and it's currently, I don't know, virtually all working groups want to have that piece of cake on their plate, and so MPEG 4 is MPEG video. They work on that. MPEG 7 is 3D graphics and haptics. They want to have it, and then people want to have it also in JPEG, in JVET. So all the three groups that are somewhat concerned with compressing visual data now are in that game. AG5 is somewhere on the outskirts because we don't interact with this debate where this thing should go into, but the idea is that there should be something like a call for proposals coming up at some point for a own standard. So currently thoughts are that there would be something fast, maybe in form of an SEI message in the VSEI specification, so that you can apply it for HEVC, for VVC, and so on, but also ways towards something more substantial. And the question is basically then how the assessment would go, because there are so many problems with the Gaussian splat rendering right now. It's an emerging technology. There's a lot of topics, and some examples look actually very good. I just picked one rendering from a data set. I don't know if you can see it well, but this one is actually quite decent if you look at this portion of the scene. It really looks very nice, and if you move the camera, it's all consistent. There are no errors. It's fantastic. If you go a little bit more to the outskirts, then suddenly you see flares, you see some strange color artifacts and these kind of things. And also, you might have something like that. So this is another data set where you might see some issues on the boundaries of the arm, and you see heavy issues with the racket, right? Because I mean, strings are something super difficult for Gaussian splats. So I think in terms of the compression task, this is something very, very interesting. But in terms of viewing, it's horrible because this just looks very crappy. And if you have a naive subject, how do you explain, just ignore this? This is not a problem of the compression, that's a problem of the rendering. You can't do that, right? It simply doesn't work. So what people currently did, they just said, okay, so then we do they call it a post trace. So basically the camera path that is supposed to be used for evaluation, and they do the post trace so that they don't show that part of the Gaussian splat, so that you would try to walk around that in viewing. I'm not so sure if it's the right way to do. I feel that it would be better that the technology would be so mature that you don't have that issue. Or maybe for the time being, don't do very complicated content. Right? It's don't do rackets. There's one with these it's BMX bikes, these small bicycles that you can do some artistic stuff with, and so they have also one sequence with this, and for that one they actually covered the spokes by a plate so that you don't see the spokes, but you just have something solid, and then it works. Right? But this is really something super challenging. So that's something that's going on, and we did some visual just viewing sessions at the meeting and just noting what is observed, what needs to be improved, and these kind of things. And what came to my mind actually is really a question. So people they use some metrics on those Gaussian splats, and what is the meaning of those metrics if you see these kind of rendering results? So if the metric is supposed to reflect something that would be close to a subjective impression of viewers and the content has this kind of artifacts inside, I'm not so sure if there's a valid Moss representation by the objective metric. So, I mean, you can say there's a lot of stuff that works well, right? And the metric probably captures those things quite nicely, but it's really a challenge, I think. So people want to progress, and we will see how that goes. Yeah. My feeling is that there's really a difficulty in getting this reliable in terms of, well, what does the metric tell? And if people make decisions based on those metrics, does this really go to the right gradient and give improvement in the compression? Okay, a topic that will stay for a while, I guess. We completed a verification test. This was on VVC dual layer coding. The scenario is a quality ladder, so you would have multiple resolutions, multiple qualities across the bitrate range that you want to cover. And then the conceptual idea is that you could, instead of sending independent bit streams, you could have a combination maybe of a low resolution and then a refinement to cover 2 rate points, and then you would save on the edge storage. That's kind of the application. It was designed. It actually took quite a while for getting this done because there were so many other activities. It was comparing single layer coding, dual layer coding, so that would be spatial scalability. The test case was just taking 720p to 1080p and taking 1080p to UHD. Those were the 2 points that were tested, and for the UHD case, it was also using HDR content. Yeah, so that was also something that hasn't been used before. Evaluated with 3 rate points. It was a DCR test done by my lab and by Vittorio. The output report is not ready yet. We only have the inputs. They are available on the JVET site. We have 5 sequences each. I just wanted to show some results because it's interesting also from a design perspective. So here you have 2 typical results, and the red curve is the upscaled base resolution. So you just, and the upscaler is the one that's implemented in the VTM software, right? So that's the thing, and so the left curve is a little bit what you might expect. So there would be a benefit for sending refinement information, and then you see the single layer curve, and so the dual layer curve is blue and the single layer curve is yellow. And here in this example, you see that for the higher qualities, they actually perform very similar. And for the lower quality, or well, it's not so low qualities, but for the lower range, actually in this case, even the dual layer has an advantage over the single layer. And we also see this effect of the quality ladder that you could switch resolutions at some point because it's then more beneficial to see to code at the low resolution enough sample. What has been really surprising that we got a number of results that somewhat look like this, where all of them look the same. So coding at the low resolution, coding at the single layer at the high resolution, and doing the dual layer. I think it's content dependent, but it's this is something that we have never observed before, that you would just have this kind of effects. And we had that for the HDR UHD sequences, and we also had a very similar setting observed for the HD case. Yeah, so if you look at this curve, this is about what I would expect typically. That would have the single layer on top. Then you have the spatial scalability version being somewhere slightly below that maybe, and then you would have the upscale layer that would be below in performance, right? But also there, we got those points. So it's something that's maybe valuable information for people who build quality ladders, that you could maybe update the strategy a little bit. Okay, the next topic is now more going into the focus of JVET. As you know, I've been talking about that, I think, in previous meetings. So we are at the beginning of a new standardization phase for a new video codec in ITU and ISO. And at the Santa Eulalia meeting in end of April, we basically settled on the test conditions. So we did some testing, basically trying to settle on which sequences ultimately to keep in, which rate points to keep in, all those things. So and we did the tests there on site. We had 123 PVS that we wanted to evaluate, and we were able to do that in a half-day activity. So I think that's actually quite nice. It was performed in 6 viewing sessions, and those sessions were designed so that we would have sequences with 50 or 25 frames per second being played, separated from those being played at 30 or 60 frames or at 24, because then we would just run the display with one of those frame rates, like with 50, and the player would handle the frame repetition, and it works quite smoothly, right? Because if you switch the display, then typically we have a drop out, so the display gets dark and it gets bright again. That's very disturbing for the viewers. We had 24 viewers in the sessions, and the basic goal was to to fine-tune the rate points for the test sequences that we already had, to evaluate the new sequences on the rate points that were proposed by the proponents, right? And then we did some. Oh, I think you got my mouse. Okay. Then we did some additional things just also to fill up the sessions. So we tested some points with reference picture resampling, RPR. That's basically adaptive resolution coding. So you could, on a GOP basis, you could say you code the sequence at a low resolution, then you upscale, or you code at the full resolution. Then we also tested some points with the faster encoder configuration, and we tested some just upscaled from HD, right? And then we had some sequences that we played at slightly different frame rates. And the background for that was in the CFP we have some unbalance between 50 hertz and 60 hertz categories. And in the CFP, I actually would like to have permission of JVET to say, okay, we might evaluate a 60 frames per second sequence at 50 frames per second consistently over all labs and over all cases, just to ease our task when doing the testing. Yeah, we did the 11th grade impairment scale. Let's not go into the discussion on that, but I think that one should be fine enough for you. Actually, I mean, I've been talking a lot with people also, so with those at the meeting, and also with naive people when I do tests. And most feedback that I get is that they are quite fine with the 11 grades. And people really argue about, like, is it a 6 or is it a 7 or something? So they feel that the resolution would be okay, but it's a different topic, right? Yeah. What might be most remarkable, we this time were able to work on the test setup that we have in the rooms. And also there was some improvement on the mechanism how we get the data in, because we have a very high throughput. I mean, we have these 24 people basically working in 2 groups. Then they have also always these sessions, so one group testing, one group resting. When they have tested, they have to put in their data. They record it on paper sheets. They have to enter the data while they have the break and into the database, so that they have a different task. That's also the idea, that they do something very different. Then they have a little bit of breaking and resting, and then they go into the room again. The test sessions were something like up to 50 minutes, so relatively short, so that people would always be fresh enough and get there. So the test setup was that we now have, so we got actually a nice room. Maybe I just show a picture. This is how it looked like. So we had 4 65-inch OLEDs from LG that were used. We had some separators so that people would only see their own screen. We had some arrangement for black stuff in the back. So here they put a screen. On the other side, we had some black curtain so that there would be no reflections on the screens. And we tested with actually 3 people sitting in front of those screens for speed up purposes. Right? But then what we did this time, we actually had 2 playout devices installed. Those were basically something like breakout boxes, PCIe breakout boxes that hosted the video board and the storage. And so those were driven by just conventional laptops. And it actually worked out. We were able to play out raw UHD 60 hertz from those devices without any stuttering or whatever. So that was super cool. So we could run two streams, and we basically fed like the left side and the right side from each of the PCs, so we could use different randomizations while running at the same time. And that's how to say, currently my dream arrangement would be that we have 4 devices here, and then you could just have every screen parallel different randomization, and that would be like the thing, but it's also a little bit expensive then. Because you need four devices that do it, but it worked out, right? So this is the main thing. So we were actually able to increase the randomization because so you have the temporal multiplex, so you can do 2 over time. Now we can also have 2 in the room. That's much better than just having 1, right? So that's a setup that we had, and yeah, as I said, so this actually was a nice setup that we were able to implement there. For the viewing, this is an impression from when we did training. So we had 3 people sitting as they would be sitting in the test, and 3 people just standing behind so that they would see the sequences, and then we would flip. The other group would be sitting, and the first group would be standing, so that everybody had the exposition of, or like the exposure, being like there as in the test situation. And so I think I explained that the way that we do this training before. Basically, we show something like 6 clips. People would note their scores, and then we had them read out the numbers so that we get an assessment of the distribution. And if there was a very wide variety, we'd say, okay, we just play that one again, without comments, anything. We don't instruct people at all. We just tell them, look at it again, make up your mind. You can stay with your score if you want to. You can make up your mind if you want to. And some people took a little bit of time to understand the scale, right? So that's the idea, that they understand how it works, and that seemed to be working quite well. And then we did some very slight processing for getting the data. Yeah, I see that somebody wants to make a comment. But
well, sorry, just a very short question.
Yeah.
How about, because each time we run an experiment where more than one person is coming to the lab, the problem is that there are some people that are not showing off. Like they're supposed to come, but they are not coming. And with the moment you have 24, then I would say that typically 12 will come, yeah? But it's not the case.
So, I mean, this is a situation, we are in the meeting. So the people are sent there. And actually, we have that. So we have people who drop out because they say, oh, I have a call now, or I have whatever. And then they are there at the beginning, and then at some point we are missing a person, right? That happens. But we come from 24, so we have 2 times 12. And if we then end up with 22, it's also still okay, right? But well, how to say, we try to positively enforce that people are in it. And if they are, I mean, in this time it was a little bit challenging because we had 2 rooms, so 1 room for waiting and 1 room for testing, but we had the second room only on the first experiment. So for the JVET part, we did a second experiment later, and there we didn't have that second room, so people had to get into the break area, which was outside. Beautiful, like daylight, something like a forest, and then there were tables where people could fetch something for eating, and it was very difficult to get people back to the room. That was really a problem. So it's best if they are in this mood and they have these 2 rooms, they just pass over, and then it's hard for them to get out, because it's kind of, there's a group effect that kicks in, right? So people are together, and if somebody wants to go out, they say, oh, why is he going? So that's nicer, right? But it's, I did similar setups also in my lab, and actually so I do something like 3 seats overbooking, and then I probably end up with the number. That's kind of the approach that I do, but it's difficult, yeah. Just some examples. I don't want to go too much into details, but the Morse values actually turned out to be quite nice, and also the confidence intervals. I think it really worked well. I didn't have time yet, but I wanted to do some correlation studies also with the objective numbers that we have. But I think the method on its own, I think it's rather stable. So the setup that we have, this process, how we set up the sessions and run it during the meetings. And what we want to do now is basically to document this process, also because I'm handing over this task to other people. And I don't know if that might be something of interest to be more formalized, then this is something that we could discuss. But I don't see big pressure or so. It's just a methodology that we have developed in the group. And if that's something that people find worthwhile sharing also on a different basis, then we would be pretty open to that. Yeah. Okay. quickly, what is the result? So the final draft CFP document is the status that we have right now. It's already public in this document. The link is provided in the slides. We have 7 test categories. I don't know if you can read it very well, but it's SDR, UHD, random access, SDR, random access HD. Then we have SDR low delay in HD, so that's targeting conversational applications. We have HDR PQ and HLG, always looked at in UHD resolution, but some are cropped from 8K and some are UHD natively. Then we have some gaming, and then we have some user-generated content, so a wide variety of content that is used, 30 sequences overall. And then we have, I think I forgot to put that on the slides, we have test cases that are to be evaluated. So first test case would be maximum performance. Don't care about how long it takes for encoding, don't care about how long it takes for decoding, just to see where the limits would be. And then we have more test cases, 3 more test cases, which are on encoder runtime constraints. So that would be the first runtime constraint would be just take 5 times the time of the VTM. So the VTM is a reference, and your encoder would be allowed to only run 5 times longer. The current ECM software runs 10 times longer, which means that if you have a sequence which takes you 10 days for the VTM, then it takes you 100 days for the ECM, which is very difficult to handle, right? But it's also in its exploration software. So so there's a limit for 5. There's a limit for having the same runtime as the VTM, and there's a limit for having 0.2 of the VTM. And the idea is that 0.2 is roughly the speed of the HM. So you would have a proposal that would run at HEVC speed for the encoder, competing in this competition. And so the focus of the whole activity is way more also on that aspect, that you have to be, you should be able to build fast encoders. Yeah, and that's something that we didn't have in the past, and it's a lesson learned from previous activities. And I think it's a problem that's not only present in ITU ISO, it's also present in other groups, and I see people nodding on this topic. It's really a difficulty, so we try to address that. For the timeline, so the sequences will be available by the end of May, so basically by the end of next week. This formal CFP will be issued at the end of the JVET meeting in July, but the expectation is that there are only marginal changes, so the test set will not change, and the rate points, everything will not change. We will know how many people register by the 1st of September. And then by end of October, we start the test periods, and we want to be done by the end of the year. So that's, I sent out this call for labs. I have got responses from some. I think it's a EU-based process that we are currently running. And I didn't have the time yet, but the labs will be contacted soon. I think I am only allowed currently to do a one-on-one communication. I'm not allowed to say who has been who's in the game or not. That's something that's just a formal process, but we will settle that out. And but the interesting part is really this test period, where we have basically a month to pipe through all the data. And as I said, so we have 30 sequences. We have 4 test points that are to be evaluated. So it's 120 test points per test case. And the proponents are invited to send 4 test cases. So it's 480 test points per proposal. And if we have 20, that's one number, but it could also be 40 proposals. And then we have a very high number of test points. So I already wrote in the description of the CFP that we will allow for having more than one person in front of the screen when doing the sessions, because otherwise we will not be able to get these things done. And I mean, we are doing this kind of setup also in these meetings, and I did some checking with comparing the lab results with what we achieve at the meetings, and these things are actually pretty close. So I think it's actually a okay method to come up with a good number. I mean, it's always an estimate, but this may be the only way to get that thing done. Yeah. Then quickly on the VDMC, this is dynamic mesh compression. So you have objects. Oh yeah, you see here, this is the object with the bike that is also existing as a Gaussian splat, but you don't see the bike here in this example. Where we did, so it's preparing for the verification test for that coding compression technology, very similar evaluation. They have a bunch of sequences that they evaluate, but it's not super many. I think this is actually also an issue that we face in the quality community, but also in the compression community, that we don't have enough content, which would be truly representing what are the challenges in the field. So those who have that content typically don't want to give it out or say we don't have the license or whatever. Currently they consider 6, where always 2 are from the same source, so that it's somewhat representing 3 different types of data sets. And it's comparing the uncompressed mesh, the rendered uncompressed mesh against the rendered compressed mesh. And then we look at the impairment that we get from there. And that was then done for a bunch of configurations. And so these are, since the bit rates are so diverse from the technology that has not been designed for the purpose, so the bit rates are very high. That's why the axis here is logarithmic. But then you see, this is an example where it worked well. There were some technical difficulties that were identified, so this is currently being refined. Okay, so that's basically where we are right now. So there's a lot of work that has been done between like October and, or when was our last VQuake meeting? November, right? Something like that. No, December, it was December, right? Yeah. It was right after PCS, right? Something like that. So CVQM is going on, the CFP is eating, I think, most of the energy. The verification tests are coming, and we were working for those guideline documents, specifically like how to run on-site expert viewing sessions. I know that there's an expert viewing section in BT500, which is from probably something 20, 25 years ago. So one could consider making an update of that if we want to. But I'm not pushing. It's really something that needs to be thought of. We currently run 2 ad hoc groups, which are those groups that are active between the meetings. One is on CVQM, the other one is on the guidelines. And that's basically it for this presentation. So thanks for your attention. And I'm sorry for taking a bit more than 15 minutes.
No worries. Okay, so thank you, Matthias. Very useful as always. I'm opening the floor for any questions or comments from either in person or
yeah.
I see Alex.
Yeah, I think we need to somehow manage the microphone then, right? Yeah. Yes.
One, two.
Yes.
Now it works, yeah. It also is blinking the battery symbol, so let's see how long my voice will be amplified here. Okay, thank you very much, Matthias, for the very nice presentation. I was just wondering, what is your timeline for this objective methods analysis, right? Because I really think that's super interesting also for VQuake, but also for ITU Study 12, right?
Yeah.
I mean, your insights there would be super welcome. So,
I think, so once we have this clearance, we have it by July. And once we have that, we will publish it, and I will post information so that people know that it's available.
Okay.
Right. For those who are already members of SC29 working groups or advisory groups, they can have access to that. But currently, I'm not allowed to. Right. So that's. But we want to change.
We should become a member, I guess.
Well, yeah.
Which is easy in our case, I guess.
That's true.
Same institution. Okay, then second question, or maybe more or less linking with the IMG group's activities, right? I really think that this Gaussian splatting activity that you have there, and also the evaluation of that, very nicely fits. You weren't there yet yesterday, but where's Jesus? There. Very nicely fits to this, volumetric objects evaluation that was discussed yesterday, right? And so I would really be very happy if we could maybe have a tighter collaboration between VQuake and your AG5 on this. I really think it's very useful.
A question to ITU people. MPEG and JVET are meeting in Geneva in July. So I think we start on July 7 with, so study group 21 is meeting there. I don't know if study group 12 would also be meeting, happen to meet in parallel. Then we would actually be at the same spot with all the people who generate that content and everything that would.
Unfortunately, not. We are actually
Okay.
already meeting mid-June. It's a bit of a pity. It's just.
Maybe let's take an offsite thing and just check the calendars. If there is we had that situation, I think beginning of last year or something, where we had both groups being at the same time in the same space, and we had the shared meeting. I think that was very helpful, and because how to say, we get access to that content for this purpose of commenting on it, but we are not so deep in that process because the working groups are on that, and I think it would be good to have those guys in the room and just say, look, this is why we should engage more quality people. Right? It's,
super, yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. High quality people.
Thank you. I really, and I've said it many times, I believe that the last 3 years, coincided more or less through your tenure, have, in my opinion, represented a shift by the compression community to embrace more, let's say, the quality community. And I really am hopeful that we will get to a point. I already see very significant steps. There may be small steps, but they're important steps. So yes, we would like to revisit both the expert protocol that is in that, and I think we can form some kind of group to look at it. And then also at the personal level, I have to say that the new initiatives that are set for the next step after VTM, right, the 3 complexity target points, to me are very, very important, right? So this is just my personal opinion, but I do believe that having, especially the low complexity exploration, could be very, very crucial for the success of the project. That's just my comment. Anything else?
I have a small question with the timeline. There were a moment of subjective experiment test results made available for proponents and within standardization body.
Yeah.
Is there any time they will be available in general, or they are always kept secret?
So there will be a report as a JVET document, and that one will be public, because all JVET documents are public. The point is that the data that was used to generate those points will not be public, but maybe the anchor. I think for the anchor it's no problem at all, because the anchor is something that is kind of released by JVET, and it's a reference point to compare. But all the proposals, I mean, if the proponents agree, then you can do something. In the past, it has not been the case, and actually, just as a more like a political perspective on that topic, I mean, we are collecting tons of data, and so my idea is that we also collect quite a number of objective metrics, and so having the group of labs who anyway has access to the data should run an analysis on these objective numbers, so that just to do a little bit with the data and also make a publication out of that. That would be my goal. But we also have to ask the proponents to agree to that. So formally, people can decide to register for the CFP, to run through the process. The data is evaluated, and then when they get the result, before it's uploaded, basically, they could say, we want to withdraw, meaning that the data would be taken out of what is released. And that's something that has to be regarded. So the goal of that process is not in the quality domain, unfortunately, in that sense. The goal is to decide on what would be the test model for the new standardization phase, right? And so I'm working on how we can make that as most useful as possible for getting more information out. But as a public data set, it will not be possible. There's one dimension more to it. If we would release the data, this is high competition, right? I mean, this is about, is your technology going to be relevant for the new standard, yes or no, potentially. So people are very anxious about that. If we release that data set and people start pinpointing at some small detail or whatever, we'll have a never-ending discussion if people trust the results, yes or no. So I think building data sets on less sensitive data, like the CVQM. The CVQM is basically something where we don't have that competition. We are not interested in which codec performs how, right? It's also not a beauty contest in the sense like which of the neural network-based codecs would be the best. It's more about having an assortment of, in this case, 3 different neural network-based codecs. They show different artifacts. How does this reflect in the metrics? And that's fine, right? That's way easier than something where people might, well, create a whole business out of the result, you know. And I don't want to get sued. It's something that's also just a difficulty. So for it's verification test data and CFP data typically would not be publicly available for such reasons, right?
Yeah, I'm speaking from point of view of some. Yeah, that this would be so nice to have the data to analyze like the distributions of this 9-point scale, or it's 11-point scale actually, and you have very small confidence intervals. So this is interesting. It looks like the people really use the scale correctly and they understand the differences, etc. It would be lovely to see and do some analysis inside. But well, with your statement, it's pretty clear that there's no chance.
Yeah, but it's how to say, the intention would be that we try to work on those things. And I mean, just saying, so as I'm going to lead this standardization activity, my intention is that the importance of the subjective tests in the development will be much stronger than before, just because I want to avoid the situation that we debate 0.01% of bit savings on things that would be supposed to improve subjective quality, right? And I want to be sure that we don't have visual artifacts that are difficult in the new scheme. We have some things in GVC that came in, I think, because they were not sufficiently well tested in this way, right? So there could have been improvements easily if it would have been a bit more about subjective testing. And maybe just one thing. So the player software that we use for these tests is basically available, right? So it has been released by AGH for the purpose of scientific research and for standardization. So this player can be used. What you basically just need is a PC with this video board, a Decklink video card, and a NVMe, so that your playout is fast enough. And then we can do that. And I hear many proponents, so they came to the test room, they wanted to see how it is set up, so they're copying that for their labs. So people start to be doing way more subjective testing for themselves when developing the compression technology. And I think that's also something very healthy for the whole thing, because we do have the objective numbers, but people simply look at it, right? And so I hope that this will improve the development process quite a bit.
Is there anything else? Okay. Thank you, Matthias.
Thanks for having me.
Okay, so we move on, and we have now administrative discussion, allow me to call it, on the subsequent meetings. So Sel, would you like maybe to walk us through what is your thought process?
Sure. I mean, I think it's a good opportunity to lay out the next coming meetings, and also I know that it's good for our planning to know what's coming up. So, and since we are basically possible to decide on these meetings, I think it's a good opportunity. So as we are running Craig at the moment, we have a online meeting once a year, and like a hybrid meeting also once a year. The hybrid meetings are at the moment switching between Europe and US, a little bit of lack of possible host in Asia. There have not been something there for a long time, but but maybe we can start with the next meeting that should be online, could be the low-hanging fruit. And I think we had a consensus last year to target the online meeting to be the December week before Christmas. It has been on several occasions when we have voted during fall being the most popular choice, and my suggestion would be to go for that this time too, and then we can already now announce when the next meeting should be. So let's start with the comments on that.
Yes, thanks, Sal. We're in the process of changing batteries here. Yes, I think that makes sense. And again, as a quick reminder, the let's call it online meeting is really about someone taking care of providing a bridge, right? The logistics about recording, and that's pretty much it. Is there anybody, can be anywhere in the world, obviously, but we like to assign the time zone that's going to be the reference time zone that we use for scheduling meetings according to whoever would be the host. So is there anybody who would like to raise their hand? And it doesn't need to be now, right? So we can always vote a little bit later. We just want to make sure that people are aware that we are looking for a host of the online meeting. And while people maybe are thinking about the online meeting, I would like us to also sort of move and have a, if not a short list, or if not the final, but a very short list of the next years. And I remind people that this year we had the last minute shuffle. It was originally supposed to be CWI, but it was mostly logistical problems about the date and also the size of the room that essentially made us move to actually a very good location, but still we'd like to avoid this type of situation. So, Eric, I believe you have expressed interest for the 2027 event. Is that still remains valid? It's on the table, and meeting rooms pretty much like this is something that you feel comfortable. Okay, so I'll have again a reinforcement of Eric to host the event next year. Do you have any tentative dates? I forget, Sal. Did you already put? Because you booked some dates, right?
Yeah, but I didn't have
the feedback from the group, right? Yeah. So I think, is it too early to decide on dates now, Sal?
I mean, for the online meeting, I think we can decide. I don't know for the
hybrid.
For the hybrid meeting, maybe we should have maybe a couple of options, and also looking at competing events.
So again, we have time now. I can start. I can open the browser and pick up what I say, the usual suspects. We have people from both MPEG and we have also ITU to make sure we don't conflict with these. But I would like us to have at least, as you say, a couple of slots, a couple of weeks in spring of 2027 on the calendar for perhaps people to vote offline and pick one of the two. Do you think we can do it today in the next 40 minutes that we have for this session? Or would you like to finalize first the online? Because again, to me, the online is the easy lift. We can perhaps even... Yeah? Okay. Sure. So again, do you have someone for hosting the online meeting? Come on, it's not that difficult. Anybody online who would like to host the online meeting?
I mean, we can do it. I mean, Rice can do it. So I think it's more important just to say, okay, are we fine with having the online meeting the week before Christmas? Right? And I mean, I can host a meeting, and if someone steps forward and wants to do it, I mean, I'm happy to hand it over.
Okay, so let's then at least capture that. Is there any objection to holding it the week before Christmas? So let me open the calendar and see the exact dates here.
14th to 18th of December.
Yeah. Someone who is someone who is already online, just project a calendar so at least people can see and think, reflect, and sort of approve that, so people can plan around it. Yeah, so it says, you said 14 to 18 of December. VCIP. Okay. VCIP, where is it this year? Singapore. Okay. There is potential overlap with a few people, at least that I know. Not me personally, but how would you like us to slide 1 week before that and check if that's a better option? Yeah, 7 to 11, or the
would work for me too.
So PCS is not going to be in December next year, so you don't have, yeah. Then what else could be in December? Any MPEG or ITU meetings that we know of right now?
For those who are active in the CFP, I just mentioned that for those who are active in the CFP evaluations for the JVET call, they probably will be very active. Maybe not in December anymore, but probably in November and beginning of December. But since it's online, I think maybe it's also not a big thing, because maybe people who run the tests are not exactly those who are in these meetings here, right? So it's just something that is in parallel. The meetings themselves are, so MPEG JVET are in October and in January, so they are outside of this time.
Yeah, I think if there's really visa and we want to avoid that, right, then I would think it is probably better to have a gap of 1 week in between, right, so that they're not really back to back, because it would mean that, for example, for me, I would be missing 2 complete weeks in December. So I mean, consecutive. Would the first week of December, starting with the 30th of November, be an option for everyone, or is this too early then? For the CFP, I don't think it makes a big difference, right, Matthias? Whether it's the week 1st of December or 7th of December, it's relatively similar, I'd guess. Yeah.
I mean, we could also, I mean, pick out these 3 weeks in December, and I could make a doodle for finalizing the week. I mean, it could actually come up some event from someone that is not at the meeting at the moment, so giving them a chance to affect the voting, the time.
And I agree. So let's put these 3 weeks tentatively as candidates with RISE as the default host, but with the understanding that anybody else who would like to host, just we can swap that very easily. One thing, although, Sel, that I would like to make clear is that whether it's going to be hosted by RISE or, say, somebody in the US will affect how people, the willingness and the easiness for people to join from different locations. So should we at least say that it's going to be in European time zone hosted, or it's going to be Asia, or it's going to be US? Is really what I care. So if we know that it's going to be RISE, which means that anybody from say, from Europe can show up, there is no problem, right? But if all of a sudden somebody from Asia, expresses interest, that may change the ability for somebody from another part of the world to join. So is it okay if we say that it's going to be hosted by European time zone?
I mean, okay, this might be a little bit selfish for the European time zone, but I think that the previous all online meeting has been, regardless of host, being planned according to the European time zone.
Because you only have European time zone hosts?
No, I mean, of course, it's I would say thanks to the Brits, the middle of if you're going to have people online both from Asia and the US and Europe at the same time, there's few other options than but we can explore that, of course, as well.
Okay.
I'm open to that. But anyway, I think most of the time, most of the online meetings have been planned according to the European time zone.
All right. So could you take the action item then to prepare the doodle for the 3 weeks?
Sure. Yeah.
And again, we're going to communicate so that those who are not present today, that we have these 3, and we have RISE as a standby, or again, unless someone else, the host of the winter 2026 Bitcoin meeting. All right? Mm-hmm. Okay. So shall we move on now to the spring 2027?
Yeah, I think so. That would be great if we could have at least 2 tentative meeting in the pipe. That would be great.
So I see Pablo raising his hand.
No, sorry. Before moving, just about the doodle, the sooner that we close it, the better, because otherwise, meetings will start coming at the end of the year. So if we close them, the date of the meeting, let's say before the summer, then it's easier we have the chances that more people say yes, because we don't have a lot of commitments for the end of the year already.
I agree. So let's say
very good point.
Yeah, a good point. So let's say mid of June, we're gonna set as a So So let's send out the doodle at the end of the call, so Friday, and then give whatever 2 weeks for people to vote, and then we're gonna finalize. All right, thank you, Pablo.
I will send out because of my working time this week. I will send out the doodle today, and then we can set the deadline for the doodle in a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
And then it gives people plenty of time to vote.
Thank you.
A couple is strangely 5 is also.
I mean, to be honest with you, yeah, 2 weeks to me sounds like the right time. Right? People just forget about things. If you just say you have a month, then you just put it on the unread box. Okay. So for the physical meeting, first of all, is there anybody else who would like to be the host? We already have AT&T, and we're very grateful, but we want to also consider it. Not necessarily, and I like the way you did it this time. I would say start thinking about and planning for perhaps 2028, right? It's always good to have the pipeline primed, right? So, and ready. So I also had some discussions yesterday. One of the potentially good ideas is to try to include or find ways to extend our presence more into Asia. So you have colleagues, friends that you think would be interested, and use that opportunity to host our next physical meeting in somewhere in Asia. That would be also very welcome, right? So no requirement, but again, I think we are an international group, and I would like to maintain that, right? So that's my personal ask. So dates, which dates would work the best for our hosts first, Eric? Is there any preference? Okay, no. So Eric and AT&T are fully open for us to pick. So let's start at least excluding, allow me to say, the usual suspects. So let's start with what ICME, I guess, is usually an event that tends to
I think we don't know when COMEX will be next year, but it seems to be in June most of the time, most of the years.
Yeah. Okay. So we have ICASP so late this next year, eh? Yeah, so okay, 2027 ICME is Xiamen, China in July, so that's okay. And Toronto, correct, Alex, is May 16 to 21. That puts a marker there.
Sorry, there, COMEX, we will know by the time of the conference, right, which is in July, because the new bid will actually come in then, right? We are also planning to, I'm speaking on, as a member of the steering committee for COMEX, so we're trying to plan a little bit more in advance so that we also can plan the 2028 version of COMEX, hopefully, right? Having hopefully some bids by that time. But I think it is okay to have some provisional dates, to have that in the calendar and then maybe re-verify with COMEX. I think the other conference which we should be checking is IMX, right? So that's another one besides COMEX and ICASP.
Yeah, I'm just searching for IMX 27 and there is no date or host for 27. At least none that I can see. Yeah, because it just urges people to apply.
Sorry, Yannis. So it's not online, but it will be like the week from the 14th to the 18th of June. Yeah, we are organizing it in Madrid. So. Organizing it in Madrid.
Okay, so looking at 2027, we are already bound by these two markers, right? So we have, what did you say, 16 to... So I think the reasonable choices that I see personally are either the first 2 weeks of May, probably only the first week, May 3rd through 7 is one choice. And the other one would be the first week of June, 31st through the 4th of June. We're avoiding ICASP, IMEX. Now, ICASP is in Toronto, right? So from that point of view, potentially those who plan to attend ICAST from Europe could stop by New York, same time zone, cheap flights.
We have another possible conflict with Quomex. Quomex was moved last year from June to September, October, because the steering committee requested us as organizers to move away from June. But this year they came back to June, July, and we don't know what will be Quomex next year, when and where.
But probably not May.
May, sure, no.
Yeah. So therefore, May 3rd through.
The first week of June, I do not believe.
Yeah. Okay.
In the second half of June, or
let's mark these 2 weeks as candidates for now. Also, let Eric know so he can do some internal testing, checking if necessary. Do people feel we are okay with these 2 choices, that we can then, if they are equally possible, to put it again on a doodle? Which I think it's also good if we do it earlier. So, you may want to.
I was going to suggest that why don't we consider just after Easter, because I'm thinking May, June, academics, teaching, a lot of teaching happens around that time for some people.
So which week are you suggesting, Femi?
I'm just saying that after, within the Easter break.
So what's the Easter break next in 27? Let me ask Gemini. So it's March 27, at least in Poland, so that's the Catholic Easter. So first week would be then
29 to
Easter Monday, yeah.
I mean, I would try to avoid overlapping with the Easter holiday. I mean, if it's, I don't know how long the Easter break is, but if you include the dates where actually Easter is, I think that will conflict, not maybe professional, but for many, maybe families in, let's say, Christian societies.
Yeah.
Okay.
Shall we then offer a third option in early April? So Femi, would you suggest right after, so the week immediately following Easter would be your suggestion? So starting essentially, so you're saying May 29 to April whatever, or the week after that? So March 29 then would be the Monday that we start. Yeah.
The Easter Monday is a holiday in 2/3 of the countries of the world.
Basically, Easter, makes like 2 weeks unavailable. The one
Yeah.
before and the one after.
But it's not only about
Depending on the country.
vacation, but also like the tickets can be much more difficult to get.
Yes.
But
People are moving more. So
Okay. Let's recap, right? So we have higher availability of academics the week after Easter because there is a break. Is that a fair statement?
Depending on the country. I say the problem with Easter is depending on the country, the holiday is Easter or the week, or it is Holy Week or Easter.
Or maybe both in some countries. Yeah. So is it a fair statement that we're going to have a higher number of academics the week after Easter compared to a random other week where there is teaching? Yes? No? Alex? Okay. So given the larger representation of academics, I heard that actually the week after Easter is not a good choice, at least in some parts of the world. There may be others where it is a holiday, but then there is a conflict that someone says, it's my holiday, I'm not going to work on a holiday, so it gets too complicated. Do I hear correctly correctly, that then how about the first week of May that we put together? Any like conflicts with that week? It's a valid week. In most cases, in most countries, there is school that week, correct?
Looks fine to me.
There is a holiday in it, which
Ascension Day.
Ascension Day. Is it a public holiday in Germany?
In Poland it is. In Germany also.
Okay.
But that's okay. It's Easter is early.
Sorry, Sal, you were saying?
No, I was just surprised that Ascension Day was that early, but it follows Easter. If Easter is early, then maybe that's also.
So again, I don't think we can completely avoid having any conflict, right? So for what I'm hearing is that the two choices that we talked about earlier, the first week of May, May 3rd through 7th, or the May 31st to June 5, right, are the two, at least for now, okay options so that people can vote. May 31st. Through June 4th. But still to be confirmed whether we have a COMEX conflict or not. There is a possibility to have a COMEX. It appears that the first week of May is a little bit collision-free.
Was it any problem? I mean, I for me that week is fine. I think at least, and then. But how about the week before?
For May, you're talking about, but the week before 24th to 28th, Sal?
Yes.
Is the week right after ICASP.
Okay.
Which could or could not be, again, for people, if they've already been to ICASP, they could either add that week, but then there is a week in between. I think it's best if we avoid back-to-back, in my opinion, because people cannot really go for like 2 weeks. ICASP is a week, Week is a week, it's becoming a little bit too much.
Yeah, that's tough. Okay, I see.
I tend to agree that for people who are actually from North America, it's probably bad. For people coming there in a dedicated way, you could be bridging the two, right? Because Toronto and New York is quite doable to bridge.
So these 2 weeks, but don't send the doodle yet. I would say we still have some time. Let's hear the COMEX, because there is also the COMEX question. When it's going to happen, that's going to have a direct impact, I think much more direct than any other conference. Let's all use our connections but let's put them as the current 2 choices for the spring 2027 face-to-face and hybrid event, hosted by AT&T. The current ones are the May 3rd through 7, or May 31st through June 4th. And we can think about it a little bit more.
I think I mean, my suggestion is to wait to doodle this until we get the dates for COMEX, and then and we also we don't want to send out 2 doodles at the same time for voting. So we finish up the doodle with the online meeting, and then we can send out the other one for the next meeting. But I think it would be nice to announce that we have AT&T as a host.
Yeah. So at least people know the venue, they know they cannot buy tickets before we have the dates, but at least people have a good idea that we have that. And so let's do then this 3-part announcement. The first, again, about the online, the dates, and the doodle. We will go through the reflector. That we have a host for the 2027 hybrid meeting. should we just put the tentative dates without sending a doodle or not, Sal? What do you think? Or just wait for COMEX to be concluded, have the dates for 27, and then even put any dates on our website?
Maybe we can wait with the dates.
Okay.
Maybe we can say tentatively planned May, June, early June.
May/June of 27, yeah. Just leave it open. All right. And again, I would like to repeat, well, always, it's good to plan ahead. So anybody who has, who would like to host 28, maybe we should reach out again to CWI and see if they have interest to host in 28.
I think also, I think that Alex raised his hand for maybe hosting also.
Yeah.
And of course we should ask CWI again if that's an option that would be nice.
Yeah, and I see Frosso raising her hand. Frosso?
Yes, hello. Well, I'd like to share some internal information from a lab that we are planning to set a proposal and host ICME for 2028. We have some discussions, so let's keep in mind that, of course, I've proposed in the past that we are interested in hosting meetings. So if ICME is planned to face that time in Crete, it will be our pleasure.
Frosso, I think I understood what you said, but there were a lot of packets lost. So first of all, I heard that there is a proposal to host ICME 2028. Good luck with that. And also that there is perhaps the interest to host the face-to-face and hybrid meeting in Crete in 2028. Is that conditioned to whether you receive you win the ICME 2028 bid, or independent?
Not really. It's not, but since we are all discussing about being co-host during an event, I'm just mentioning our plans, our future plans.
Okay, so shall we put then that we have a tentative interest, Alex or Matthias, right? You were talking about Aachen. Do you renew the bid? Okay, so we have Aachen as a candidate for 2028. We're going to double check with CWI, and we have also Crete, the island of Crete in Greece for 2028 with, again, TBD date. That's very, very good. I'm happy to have 3. It's a good problem to have, right, Sal?
Yeah, that's nice.
But again, having said that, keep in mind that we would like to be more open to Asia, a very important continent that I think we would like to have more participation, and that starts usually with someone hosting. If you talk to your colleagues and friends in the field, in other countries in Asia, just bring up that, okay, there is an opportunity to host 2028, would you be interested? Then get back to us. Okay, very good. We're going to try to capture some of that on the website and send by the reflector. Thank you, Eric, again, for offering to host next year's event. And how can you compete with New York, right? But the answer is Krakow is competing with New York in a very big way. They are very, very, I can say, good hosts, and they have always been. Okay, we have 5 minutes now. We can stop early. That gives us 5 more minutes. Pablo?
There is another option, not option, but thing that is more administrative that came up just now about the sharing of the ETG group. So yes. You might have seen that Nabajid and Saman, they want to step down from the ETG group, or they decided to step down actually. So what do they say? Sorry.
Yeah, so I just read it during the presentation. They are both shifting their focus into some activities internal to their employers. and despite their best intentions to continue to support, they feel that they cannot continue serve as chairs. I remind you, ETG is the new initiatives group, right? It doesn't have a charter on exactly what it should focus, but let's give credit. They are the group that brought visibility to what now became SOGAI, right? The generative AI. And I believe that it's always for us to have again, new frontiers kind of group with the chart. The requirement is very simple, right? Keep your eyes and ears open. You see something that you think is relevant to what we do, you find a presenter, could be from academia, from industry, invite them, talk to through an ad hoc call, and that's it. Invite them, even better than to join the face-to-face meeting, mission accomplished, right? And then the group will decide if that new direction deserves its own group. That's how I would describe. So very low, I can say, hopefully, there is always effort needed, but we invite anyone who would like to take that role and chair the ETG group to let us know. You don't need to say now, but hopefully by the end of the meeting, we would like to have a replacement. Otherwise, and that's also a perfectly fine outcome, is that we wind down ETG just like group projects are born, they also wind down, and it happened before, and we may need to do that if there is nobody who can take the leadership, the chair role. Sel, would you like to add anything?
No, I think that's covered. I mean, it would be great if someone could take the lead. I think it has been very valuable, but if we don't find one now, I think we could make it. We call it dormant, I think, and then I mean it's possible to make it wake up again if we find chairs along the line. So yeah.
Indeed. Okay. All right. So I see Pablo raising his hand.
Yes, we have two liaison statements that we wanted to send out and approve tomorrow at the end of the session. So maybe since tomorrow is going to be a bit full, what I suggest is that I can briefly show them now, the drafts, and then I will leave the drafts in the shared folder that we have for the presentation so that everyone can read them and comment, and then hopefully the approval process will be simpler, if that makes sense.
I'm fine with that. The group is also okay. Spend a few more minutes just to read, get to say the draft. And looking at the schedule, it appears that, Enrico, how much time we said do you need for JAG hybrid tomorrow? 1 hour. So if things go well, right, we have probably half an hour at the end of JAG hybrid to finalize them, or at least get them to a point that we can just carry the discussion over the email reflector, right? Okay. So would you like to go and...
Yeah, I can share from here.
Please use the microphone and share from your computer.
It's easier. Okay, just to share my screen. So let's see if it shows. Yeah, maybe it shows, but not in the right screen. Are you seeing my screen?
Yes.
Okay. So there's also the comments, but I will leave it. So first liaison statement is to ITOT study group 12, 13, and 21. And that's as a suggestion from ITU, basically. So they, Martin Adolf from ITU asked us to send this liaison statement to inform about the publication of the QE white paper, so the VICO white paper that we have published. So these are kind of the, the details on the header. It's sent, so the main contacts are the VQuac chairs and the white paper editors, so Chel, Yanis, myself, and Francois. And the text is quite simple. VQuac is pleased to inform ITUT study group 12 and other. So I need to check that there are more study groups of the publication of the white paper. It is online. We have send the DOI, the license, a short paragraph about it. So it proposes a framework for improved cooperation between CAPS and CSPs, including information, so structured information exchange to support QA awareness services. And WCAG expects that the document may be useful to ITOT and other standard development organizations, and I can spell it out, in the development of future standards for CAPS CSP information exchange. The white paper includes specific work on QA definition and QA-related concepts, which will be used by WCAG to prepare a specific contribution to question 2. And as next steps, WCAG plan to further validate the proposed concepts through test simulations and proof of concept activities, and welcome continual exchange with ITOT on this topic. So this is very brief. I'm not being very specific on the next steps because they are going to be discussed tomorrow in the meeting, but probably it's enough to say that we are planning new things and maybe we don't need to give so much detail here, but that's something to, for your consideration. So I don't know if there's any comment now. It doesn't need to be now, but if there's any comment now. Okay, if not, we also have some interest or collaboration, or well, we were approached by the Telecom Infra project that was also already presented by Francois in the last couple of meetings. So I'm not, in interest of time, I'm not going to enter too much into what they are, but it's kind of an industry-based organization to work basically on the collaboration between CAPS and CSPs in a number of fronts, and they have recently started a QoE working group. So we decided to send this statement as well to them, basically to write it down what we can expect from them and vice versa, right? Because we didn't have a lot of time to discuss. There's no specific proposal on the table. So I wrote this this draft of a document to send to them. Again, the beginning is the same. So we inform TIP of the publication of the white paper. It proposes a framework for improved cooperation between CAPS and CSPs. And we expect, and this is what we may decide that we want to change what we expect, but basically we expect that they find it, that the document may be useful to TIP QoE management group in the design of common QoE metrics and exchange mechanisms between CAPS and CSPs, because this is basically the aim of the QoE management group at TIP. And the next steps, we plan to validate the proposed concept design through tests and so on. So we are not asking them anything in particular or offering them anything in particular yet, because we don't know if there's an expectation from them. So that's it. As a side note, and we may discuss this tomorrow, this TIP QoE management group will meet physically next week in Madrid, and they invited me to the meeting. So I will attend the meeting and learn, probably present the white paper directly to them, and learn what they're doing and figure out if there might be other ways to cooperate. So I don't know if there's any comments. If not, or even if it is, I will upload those drafts to the shared folder of in the slot of the Thursday, so anyone can have a look at it and comment on the document, or just email me if you have any comments. So hopefully we can approve them quickly on Thursday if there are no further comments or problems.
Thank you, Pablo. So again, as Pablo said, no need to comment or raise your hand now. Just know their existence. Spend the 5-10 minutes it goes to read. If you have any either editorial or substantial changes that you would like us to do, let Pablo know. But thank you so much, Pablo, for taking the lead. I think having those liaison statements are very important for the overall visibility of the group. Anything else? Okay, so lunch, we resume at 2, and we'll have some, right? So let's try to be here on time. Enjoy your lunch.